So it's 7:05. Is cable TV, are you ready to go? All right, so let's call this meeting to order. This is the Public Works Committee. I'm Vinnie Petrilli, I'm the chair. Tony Palumba is the vice chair. Kenny Woodland is the secretary. We have a couple of other counselors in the room here, in the audience. So we're going to pick up where we left off back on January 15th, and our plan was that we would look at sort of the three petitions with the new information that you guys sent us. You guys bring hard copies with you? Did you? Yeah, I'd asked for 3 hard copies for the committee to use to look at, and go through those. And the other thing is the standard format for the grant of location. So I took the liberty of taking sort of our discussions from the last meeting and the notes that were in the handouts and sort of putting it together for discussion purposes. And just so you know, my colleagues have not seen this yet because didn't want to share it because of the open meeting law. So they're seeing it for the first time themselves. So if we could get, so the goal for tonight is to come to agreement on the language for the grant of location document is a sort of a framework, and then look at the 3 petitions and make sure all our questions are answered. And if they are, and if the draft of, for the grant of location, we could actually take a vote tonight to recommend that these move forward to a vote at the town council. And if for some reason we don't get through all that tonight, we still have another meeting scheduled on February 5th to take up sort of formalizing the requirements, for future petitions. But if there are unfinished business from tonight with these 3 petitions, we could certainly address that on February 5th. Okay, and still be able to make time for the February 12th town council meeting. So, you guys okay with that?
Sounds good.
So would you want to just flip the around and talk about the draft order for the grant of location first, or do you want to talk about the 3 petitions first? Did you have any preference on those, Tony or Kenny?
Not particularly.
Audience members? No? Do you want to have a little more time to ruminate on these things? What do you think?
This was what we were supposed to be covering.
Right.
This.
So I was just saying, did we want to take up number 4 first before we took up 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, I think we should.
All right, so let's do that. Let's review the proposed, and again, I will take responsibility for this as being my own work based on the notes from the last meeting, so feel free to ask questions or question why something's in here or not in here. And my intention was that, once we get the sort of standard language done, it'll make it easier going forward with future petitions, so.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I think there's certain aspect of a learning curve here, because what we will learn from these 3 petitions will help inform what we do for future petitions. So, starting, I did make some copies if everybody in the audience has a copy. I got extra copies up here. So, grant of location for a small wireless facility in a public right-of-way in the town of Watertown, pretty straightforward. The boilerplate, it's pursuant to General Law, Chapter 166, and in accordance with the Federal Telecommunications Act. Everybody okay with that first paragraph? Then I think we insert the pole owners and their pole number and the street address it's adjacent to identify it. The applicant would be placed in there. And then, in accordance with the application documents, or whatever documents that the petitioners will have supplied to us, we'll list that here, and we'll sort of list the documents so they become officially part of the petition. So then the conditions, subject to the following conditions. First is sort of just the basic hold, indemnify, and hold the town harmless. Everybody wants to take a moment to read that, and if anybody has any questions on that? If not, we can move on to number 2.
So this was the language organically drafted, or is this from?
I copied from other,
Perfect.
other granted locations we had done, so
Okay, perfect.
I never,
Which-
one of the great things
yeah.
about being in government is you don't have to worry about plagiarism. So you can certainly copy everything.
Just making
that
sure
we've done
that
before, yeah.
this language reflects and is consistent with
And
the
just to be-
similar.
Just to be
Okay.
clear, after we do
Okay.
this, it will have to go to the town attorney for final review, and he
Perfect.
may change some additional language, but he and I did have a discussion about sort of standard language. And
Perfect. Thank you.
so number 1, no questions on number 1. Number 2, pretty simple, straightforward, installed in accordance with federal, state laws, and in a workmanlike manner according to best industry practices. So if no questions with that. Number 3, right now, we don't have any existing Watertown ordinances or regulations other than what we've informally created tonight. As may be applicable or as may be adopted in the future, governing the construction, operation, and maintenance of facilities insofar as they're not inconsistent with the U.S. law or Commonwealth law. So, everybody okay with that language? And certainly, for the petitioners here, if you have any questions or concerns, just feel free to weigh in. Number 4, we had discussed about, we discussed at the last meeting that it would just be prudent to adopt the safe harbor fees.
Yeah.
Normally, if we had a process in place, you would pay the fee when you made your application, but since we actually don't have a process in place, my thought would be that this fee would be due upon after the town council votes to grant a vocation, but before the work starts. Because you'd have to go get an electrical permit, I assume, to install the power and all that other stuff. So is everybody okay with the timing of that, the way it's written? Guys, okay?
Yes.
So, number 5, so, one of the things we talked about the last time is, the zoning ordinance sort of has some language about regulating the installation of wireless facilities on private property. And we had talked about sort of mirroring some of that for the public right of way. And this one, so this number 5 is changes to the equipment or after we vote the grant of location. And basically, if this was being done on private property and you submit a plan and say, this is how we're going to install it, and then you go out there and you've installed something different, that would be in violation of what we voted to allow you to do. And the concern about replacing it with something that's less compliant, less compliant, so bigger, more powerful, that actually becomes something different than what the council voted on. So I tried to rework that language from the zoning ordinance into number 5, including, understanding that there's maintenance purposes, and, what you may install today, 10 years from now is broken, needs to be replaced, so it would be, as long as it's substantially the same, and it's not any bigger than or have a more powerful output than what was approved, you're fine. But I think the concern is, we don't want to approve a 40-watt transmitter for this location, and then you come back and install a 100-watt transmitter, thinking you got approval to do that, when in fact, that's not what was voted by the council. So I just want to make sure that you understand why this number 5 is there, and does that give you enough flexibility as petitioners that, you know, allows you to maintain and operate the equipment in the way you need to do, but still protects the public interest, so.
Yeah, I do
Marty.
have a comment and a
Sure.
question, and it does relate to the RF. As you know, these small cells, they're very, very low. In fact, one of our E&E reports, it's about 1/4% of the FCC limit. I think you're aware of this, that as long as we comply with the FCC limits, you don't really have any jurisdiction. You can certainly ask about it, we can talk about it, and that's fine. So I just question whether it's valuable and necessary to go through the whole process again to put in some equipment that might be marginally more powerful than what you have, but way below the FCC limit.
Well, you know, well, that's why I said I think it says, you know, change of substance, and again, you know, so these antennas in both petitions, I think they were, and I'm going to rely on what was Mr. Hayes, is that who was the author of this radiation report, basically looked at this antenna, and it's got basically the 4G 40-watt output and a 5G 1-watt output, according to the.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And that's the same, exact same hardware that Extenet would be doing.
But more importantly, it has the antenna associated with it.
Yeah.
So if the antenna were.
Oh, yes. So if you could.
For the record, Dr. Donald Hayes, H-A-E-S, author of the report in question. Yes, we are talking about particular power levels and technologies in use which have the underlying frequencies with them, but more importantly, it has to do with the antenna that's going to be chosen to be used. The antennas for these small cells are omnidirectional antennas, and the only time that these calculations would not be pertinent is if you were to put in a what they would call a sectorized antenna, and that is just like we do with these overhead lights. We squeeze all the light out to one side. Essentially, we're doubling the light here, right? Well, with a sectorized antenna, you can actually increase it by 1,000 times if you just squeeze it down. So, yeah, as long as the antennas are these omnidirectionals and the power and relative distribution of frequencies are the same, then it would be valid.
So, and again, so the question is, you know, you talk about upgrading at some point in the future, and the question is that, you know, what council is going to vote to approve is going to be based on whatever you're submitting, and that if it's not fair to the town or to the public that we vote to allow you to install one thing, and then you come back and install something that's substantially different. So if you want to say, you know, we're installing this antenna you think is going to operate, you know, on the 4G network at, you know, 40-watt omnidirectional, and then you come back, you know, a year from now and say, I'm going to put that 100-watt, you know, transmitter there. That's a change of substance in my mind, and I think, you know, we have the right to re-review that and say, yeah, and, yeah.
Well, Mr. Cohen, your RF engineers would review that as well before they even talked about, you know, adding that, because they would have to make sure that the site is in compliance even before they propose it.
Yeah, and we're not saying to, you know, so, you know, at this point, you know, we're not saying it's banned. It said you can't change it without seeking additional approval from the town to make sure we do our, and that's, and I think that's fair.
Absolutely fair,
And again, it's, and understanding, you know, I work in the electrical business, and, you know, we design products and stuff changes, it seems, every 3 months. So, you know, even something that we sold, you know, 6 months ago, the replacement for it is substantially the same, but also, you know, can be slightly different. So that's, from a maintenance standpoint, as long as you're upgrading with something that's substantially the same and not, significantly different. And that's to allow you to maintain and replace equipment without saying, well, we're gonna turn this from what was originally shown as a distribution pattern to serve this particular area. Now we want to serve an area that's 5 times bigger, so we've got to put something that's 5 times more powerful. And I think we would require you to come back and say, yep, we want to change it from this to that. Here's a new set of documents. Can we get a modification to that grant of location? So if the 2 petitions are okay with that, I want to just make sure that my fellow councilors.
Well, I just wanted to be clear. What you were saying was that if the radiation doesn't go up beyond what is required by what is allowed,
Right.
then there would be no need for.
You're saying if it does go, you still want to review it anyway.
Well, I'm not sure. I was wondering, because the word substantial, substance, the changes of substance is open to interpretation. So I think we should, either we say that there's changes or no changes, or else we say, that we pick a determinant. So if you want to say that 40 watts, then if you go up any more than 20, then we need to see it. Otherwise, we'll have a discussion around what substance is.
May I offer a suggestion? The FCC, in its Office of Engineering and Technology Bulletin, which basically teaches us how to do these types of evaluations, they consider an RF source to be significant if it may cause an exposure greater than 5% of the allowable limits, and they call that a significant emitter. And so perhaps you could write language that if any habitable location near the source would result in exposure greater than 5% of the allowable limits, then a verification would need to be done.
Well, I had put, that's a great point. I had put this very last line here, sort of to try to define what substance is, and, I said if it's no larger than, and just knowing, the way that different generations of equipment work, every generation ends up being, smaller than, so as long as it's, from a visual impact standpoint, as long as it's smaller than what was originally installed, or no bigger than what was originally installed, or doesn't have a higher RF output than what was originally installed, then it's really not something of substance. So certainly, if you have a 40-watt transmitter, you want to replace it with a 20-watt transmitter, go wild. It's really. But if you want to replace it with something bigger, you have a 3-foot box, and you want to replace it with a 5-foot box. You get a 10-inch diameter antenna, and you want to replace it with a 30-inch diameter antenna. That's something different than what we.
You've been looking ahead?
And again, we're trying to, this is fresh territory for us.
No,
We don't have any-
5G is going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
If the physical size of the facility is going to increase, we should have to come
Yeah,
back.
and I'm not saying we're going to not allow you to do it. We just want to, for the sake of transparency for the council to our constituents, we just want to say, somebody says, who allowed that giant thing to be put up there? We want at least the public to know. So that's why,
Yeah,
so
it's not,
Tony's
it's not
point.
the question of the size. I completely agree. It just seems like that if you're saying that the the radiation cannot change in any way,
Well, can't be,
bigger.
Bigger
Can't be
than
good.
what we
It could be
can-
smaller, but can't be
but can't be
bigger.
bigger than what we approve. what the council-
Then I think that's what we should say
I don't buy
up front, rather than no changes of
Yeah.
substance. We just should say that unless it's going to, I'm thinking of the 9 counselors trying to interpret the word substance. And
But
if you want to say that we want any petitioner who is going to replace something and it results in a higher FR radiation then we want to see it. Then that's what we should just simply say.
Just take out
Of substance.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we can just remove
Literally,
of substance,
Okay.
it doesn't
Yeah.
change the,
Right.
it doesn't change
yeah.
the-
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, so just delete, and we have that last line,
Yeah.
basically.
Yep.
Sort of defines.
Fines, right.
For
Yeah.
you and us. what-
Nice.
So we just delete the,
the words of substance,
Okay.
okay,
yeah.
okay, so delete that.
A lot of discussion for a unanimous agreeing.
Well, but I think it's important, because.
Yeah, I agree,
We're
but
going to
I'm
be
just-
building upon this for the future application, so.
Yes.
Okay, number 6, the superintendent of public works was really clear that they need to sign off on any requests or petitions of granted location that involves opening a street or sidewalk. And since these are all co-located on existing utility poles, that would be a requirement on a petition for utility poles, realizing that we have not yet taken up the matter of light poles or other things which would require that. So for co-located on existing utility poles, you're not digging up, all your power and signal is already on the pole, right?
That may not be the case in every instance, and I would just ask that we change that so that in the event that power or telco fiber needs to get to the site, and we can't do it above ground, we have to go to this.
Oh, yeah, come up to the microphone, yeah.
Yeah, in limited instances, it is the case that power and/or telco or fiber are not available above ground, and we do have to consider, and by we, the third-party vendor of those utilities may have to do some minor disturbance to the sidewalk or surface of a road. But what I would ask you put here instead is that no sidewalk or road surface may be disturbed under this grant of location unless the direct superintendent of Public Works has granted the appropriate approval to do so.
And just so you know, the council would also vote on that, like underground conduits and stuff in the public ways. So I think, on this particular,
Because the way it's drafted now, it would mean that you could never do it.
well,
And what I'm saying is, if we could just have it that there's a different, because what happens for us is, we don't know always that we're going to have that need until we get closer to, or after we receive our grant of location.
well, so that's, so if you look at number 7,
Yep.
see how I put there optional depending on the circumstance? Certainly, I think, there may be an instance where co-located on an existing utility pole would require an underground conduit to it. But I think that would have to be shown on your drawings, because we would require restoration, remediation, traffic
Absolutely.
control, and that would need to be part of the application package.
Yep.
So it would have to happen before you get the grant of location, not afterwards. Because if we voted grant of location based on what you submitted and it doesn't show any underground conduit, you can't just show up and say, I got to run a conduit from that manhole to this pole. Because-
Absolutely.
So I think, depending on the circumstance, so I would say for number 6, see how I have the parentheses there, like 7, optional depending on the circumstance. We may want to allow that on a certain, I think these 3 applications don't require that, based on the drawings I saw. Yeah, right. So I think there may be some circumstances where that may be needed, and we would address that, I assume, with those specific petitions, because then we would have to say, okay, well, where's how far is the conduit? What kind of street is it? Do we need a traffic mitigation plan? Because we often require people who run conduits on a major thoroughfare to develop a traffic control plan in addition to the trenching plan, and then a street remediation plan, and it depends on how long ago the street was repaved, so the restoration the trench may be different, whether it's a 30-year-old road or it's a 5-year-old road. So there's a lot of other things that kind of go into it that we would have to build into the grant of location. But if you would be okay with saying, you know, that number 6 would be optional depending on the circumstance,
Yeah,
we would address that.
okay,
I think that would
sure.
meet your needs and would allow us to protect the public interest in the infrastructure. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think it kind of gets to the same result.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that'll just be optional, you know.
Yeah, I think it accomplishes the same end.
Yeah, I would just assume, you know, 99% of the co-locations on existing utility poles, there's enough power and signal right there. And if you drive around Watertown, you look at all your utility poles, it's, you know.
Yeah, we have one or two.
You're not going to find any pole that doesn't have enough power or signal on it, you know, it's just, but there may be, you know, there may be, I grant you, there may be some of those things. Okay, so we're okay with number 6, saying that we're going to make that optional?
Yep.
And then number 7, again, this is optional depending on the circumstance, and as you recall at the last meeting, we talked about, you know, the concerns of the public, you know, have with the state of existing utility poles in Watertown, the condition of the poles, leaning poles, hanging wires, and that this is, you know, we have no choice but to make this a condition of the permits before we start adding antennas to it. We want to make sure hanging and unused wires and other stuff is being addressed. So I tried to word this, so if the pole, and again, I would say that none of the petitions that were submitted showed the poles being replaced. I went yesterday and looked at the pole, the Extenet pole on Arsenal Street, and it was just replaced this week with a new pole. And the one on Palfrey Street has already got the dig safe markings on it that it will be replaced. So I would have say, I'm a little disappointed that I think I would have expected the applications to have said that these poles be replaced by new pole by the owner before the installation, and, you know, but since this is sort of a new process for all of us, you know, we'll just let it go that that's a thing. I'm not sure, and I'm going to ask the AT&T pole, the one on Coolidge Avenue, is that pole going to be replaced?
We have not been told that it is.
But,
Ultimately, the utility company makes that decision.
so, did you know those poles were going to be replaced on Arsenal?
I found that out yesterday, actually.
So there's a communication.
Reflected on the revised plans
Oh,
of the package.
yeah, okay. So I think there's a communication problem. We'll work on that in the future. I did look at the pole on Coolidge Avenue. There's a sort of a delamination on the front. There's chunks of wood falling off of it. It's leaning quite a bit, you know, towards the building. It's clearly not a new pole. It's fairly old, and I just was wondering, it actually looked it's in worse shape than the one on Arsenal Street that was just replaced. So, it's, if you don't know, and Eversource or Verizon's not telling you, I think we've got a communication problem that we'll have to work on. With that being said, I identified 3 separate things here that I think we would want to have happen before the sign-off happens and you can put the equipment in service. One is the new poles need to be installed plumb. And, you know, we attempted to address what plumb means, and I thought vertical no more than 1% of the pole height measured at the top of the pole. So for a 30-foot pole, that would be 3.6 inches off vertical. I'm really disappointed in Verizon in their pole replacement. We've got many new poles that are put in to replace old poles that are leaning at extraordinary angles, which they seem to think is fine. Nobody else does. I understand you put in a pole plumb, you know, and over 50 years, because of the weight of the wires, it may start leaning, but there is no justification, I think, can be made to install a brand-new pole that is not plumb. So, that being said, we will make you, the applicant, responsible for the pole owner, when they install that new pole, that they install a plumb. And that means they're gonna have, if it takes them a little extra time to install a plumb, rather than just plunking it in the old hole, that's what we will require you to do. The second one is, we've got a problem with double poles, where they put in new poles and they leave chunks of the old pole bolted to the pole for 2, 3, 5, 10 years, and we can't get them to remove it. So if they replace the pole, all the remnants of the old pole must be removed before you're allowed to put your new equipment in service, before you're allowed to install the wireless equipment. And then the third thing is we have a problem with is they replace the pole, they jackhammer the sidewalk to replace the pole, and then they leave and they never patch the sidewalk. So I think it would be reasonable to request that the sidewalk be restored to its original condition prior to being signed off and allowing the wireless equipment to be put in service. I don't want you to think that we're holding you hostage to what Verizon or Eversource is doing, but, this is, part of, this isn't, you look at this as an infrastructure upgrade process, and, we want to make sure that, this is done properly to serve the community for the next, 20, 30 years. And I just think it's prudent that, if you're doing the upgrade, that, things need to be restored back to the condition they are. So that's how I ended up writing those 3 conditions. Any questions first from the committee on that? And then open up to the public.
It's not a question, just a comment. I completely understand Councilor Picciarelli's concern here and about the infrastructure and the long term. It does feel a little bit like we're taking our responsibility and putting it on the petitioner's responsibility. It seems to me that this is maybe one way of getting Verizon and Verizon to do better by us. It does seem that we're asking a third party, which is trying to do something, to force another party to do something, and it feels a little uncomfortable. I understand, though, your point. It just feels uncomfortable that we're forcing our petitioners to have to play hardball with folks that we can't seem to play hardball with. Or we're not able to. And I know that Councilor Picciarelli's been trying to play hardball around polls for as long as I've been on the council, which is, almost 10 years. So I wish there was a way that we could somehow, say that the best, that they've done their best. I don't know if you choose these polls based on how far you're trying to get the system out to people. So would you then decide to, because of this, would this force you to think about choosing other polls that are stronger? And maybe the second question for me is, do you have any experience with this in other communities? Yeah.
Well,
Either one, I don't care.
Either of you guys, but if you maybe just go up there. And I do, at some point, I do want to ask Steve Magoon maybe to weigh in on this, just from his.
Okay. Since I'm standing here, my name is Marty Cohen. I'm with Network Building Consulting. We are one of the consultants for Extenet. Obviously, there is an issue with equipment on poles, its appearance and so forth, and we know that. I had an experience in Brookline recently with the board there with a pole that was leaning an awful lot. And they wanted us to induce Verizon to try to straighten it. And they haven't had success. And I told them essentially what you're saying is that we would have no more success than they would. I sympathize with the issue that you're raising here. But it's, all I can say is, it's problematic for us, and I think Extenet would not want to delay the deployment of its small cells because Verizon or some, other utility might not be behaving the way they should. So, we would certainly be supportive in helping you communicate with them, to try to urge them to clean up their act, so to speak. But I think that just not being able to proceed is problematic for us, so. Yeah.
And once again, Mike Dolan from Brown Rudnick on behalf of AT&T. With respect to number 7, you know, subsection B and C seem fine. Subsection A, I can't say that Verizon or Eversource will put in a pole that could be 2%, and they feel like that's just fine for a whole host of different reasons and have structural studies to back that up. So it's hard for us to have any leverage with them to tell them how to install their poles. So on that one, I think it's a little problematic, but I think the next, number 8, when we get to that, is where there could be even more issues about wires and cables and unused things up there that have nothing to do with us and may have something to do with yet another third party, not even related to the entity that we are contracting with and being responsible for cleaning up everything there, so.
Well, we'll get to 8 in just a moment, but, so Steve, if your thoughts on this?
I guess, thank you, Counselor. I guess my thought would be that with the installation of a new pole, making sure that it's installed properly makes sense. Personally, I think 1% is probably a little too restrictive. Maybe a little higher percentage might be more reasonable, at least in the conversations I've had with people in the industry. Very limited conversations, but they thought 1% wasn't reasonable. That they could have a pole that might have a 1% bend in it. So do you tip it a little to, that sort of thing. So at least my thought would be perhaps a higher number than 1%, but requiring that it be installed properly certainly makes sense. And in the case where they're adding a new pole, I think that's the opportunity to hold their feet to the fire in that regard. And I think both in this one and in 8 that, we are battling with that same issue of, all these different providers having facilities on poles and us trying to have one of them come to us and ask us for something, and us trying to force the other actions, either from the pole owner or from other entities that are on the pole. And while I am fully in support of any opportunity to force things to happen in that regard, I do understand that there's some cases where there's limited ability to make that happen. But, obviously, the gentleman here and applications that will come before us for grant location are looking for an opportunity to operate on a pole where there's some motivation on the pole owner to, they're going to get revenue from them, and they're working out an agreement to put their equipment on their pole. So there's certainly an opportunity for them to be at least somewhat more motivated than us just telling them, hey, can you get rid of some double poles? How far that'll go?
Can I ask one question before you go?
Sure.
So would there, many of these projects we have, before the work starts, there's a pre-construction meeting. We often have that with utility contractors. Would your department require a pre-construction meeting prior to allowing the applicants to start work? And if that were to be the case, you got them, their contractors, the pole owner, presumably everybody's there looking at the thing and say, okay, there's all these hanging Verizon landline cables that are no longer attached to a building, they're just coiled up around the thing. Verizon, you're gonna have to remove that. Or if it's Comcast cables or RCN cables, Verizon, you're gonna have to contact Comcast to remove those cables. I don't expect these guys to have their contractors do that work, but the person who's renting the pole, owns the pole and is renting it and charging a fee to rent it, certainly has the obligation to maintain their facility in a proper way. And I think, so let me ask you guys, when you actually get a granted location, you go to do the work, do you have a pre-construction meeting? How does that start before you actually start doing the work on the pole? Marty or Mike, do you have if you could maybe just come up to the podium so we can.
You know what, honest, I think, Mike, you have some insight on that, because I really don't get involved in construction. I assume there is some sort of pre-construction meeting, but I don't have any detailed information on it.
Because, I mean, our experience has been, we get the contractor out there and say, all right, before we start work, we just, make sure everybody's on the same page before the work starts, and that's when you say, hey, this is gonna, this, and from a practical standpoint, if you look at, B and C, you're gonna be mounting new equipment on the pole, you're gonna be running a raceway, you're gonna be running cables, down from the antenna down to the equipment box, you're gonna be mounting a meter, you're gonna be mounting a piece of conduit with a weather head that's gonna be then tied up to a secondary line. So there's a lot of stuff that's gonna be put on the pole. If there's like a chunk of an old pole bolted to the new pole, it's gonna impact your ability to install your new equipment. Isn't that correct? I know Jeff's sitting here, he doesn't want to answer any questions, but that's, from an installation, and I used to work in the construction business doing electrical installation, and, at some point, you gotta take all this old stuff down so we can put the new stuff on. And, as a practical matter, I don't think these are a burden to you, and I think, before you start the work, your landlord who's renting you space in the pole, which case would be Verizon or Eversource, they're jointly owned poles, for the most part. They'd have to, they gotta make space available for you to mount your equipment, right?
Yeah, just so you understand, they don't look at this as a big revenue source where, oh, wow, we're gonna go attract these guys to come on our poles. It's a nominal fee they get, so it's not as if they're incentivized to do all sorts of great things for us because they're gonna have this revenue stream from us, so.
If I might, I think the bigger issue isn't even so much whether the pole owner is motivated, but the relationship they have with the lessees on the pole is that they are the only ones allowed to touch their equipment. So even if Verizon owns a pole and they're motivated to have AT&T get their equipment, if RCN is the last person on there, they can't just have somebody else go move it. They have to get RCN to come out and move it, and RCN may not be motivated, which is the whole problem with double poles. And, I personally, what I think needs to happen is they need to do something like, the Miss Utility thing where you call one contractor and they come out and locate all the utilities. They can tell you where they all are, one contractor. They ought to be able to have one contractor come out and say, okay, we got a double pole, let's move all the utilities over, and then you can take down to the second pole. But
So that was
lot of reasons
actually a
that doesn't
bill that
happen.
was proposed at the State House, and,
Yep.
and Verizon has been fighting that tooth and nail to have that put in place. So the reality, and I'm going to ask anybody else in the public here, does anybody think we have a problem with double poles in Watertown?
Yeah, I don't think that's the seminal point here. It's what.
So the
I
question.
say we have a problem with them, but I'm not sure we're able to ask the applicants to cause these changes to be made or cause this result. I'm not sure if I'm renting an apartment, how much control I have over the landlord to effectuate what is described there, even though that this is what should happen. So I don't know how we would require that as part of
Well,
this.
so here's an alternative. We could say we refuse to take action on this grant of location until the pole owner does all these things. Would that be a better opportunity for you guys?
What if we fall inside of this shot clock?
They would inherently agree, so the applicant would inherently agree to pause the shot clock until these are done, or they would accept the condition. So I would throw it back on the petitions. Which would you prefer, to voluntarily pause the shot clock, or to accept this condition to talk to Verizon to get them to do that? We could go either way. But I think, so those would be the two options, because I think, our public, for us to protect the public interest, if we have a problem with a pole, this is a double pole with a chunk that won't be removed, I think we would be within our right to say, offer you the choice.
I mean, we could live with a condition that we can't attach our equipment on a double pole.
Which would be that, well, that's what B says, right?
Yeah.
You can't install it, and then,
Which is different than 8.
well, let's hold 8 for a second there. So, let's see if we can get through. So to Steve's point, maybe 1%, I picked 1% because I thought, what's vertical? We can make it 2%, we could pick, make it be, 2% would be 7.5 inches off of vertical. Is that reasonable, we'll give some flexibility.
Let me ask you a question. Is your concern aesthetic or structural or both? And then
Aesthetic.
Aesthetic, okay.
It's purely aesthetic because, certainly, it's, but, we have an obligation, and we're allowed to regulate aesthetics. And certainly, if you were to hire an electrical contractor, if you were to hire a fence contractor, put a fence around your house, and every other pole was leaning, this way or that way, you wouldn't pay the fence contractor.
Okay.
Because it would look like crap.
Right, no, I think it's understood that these.
We are responsible for the look of the public roads in Watertown, and, we don't want to have, streetscapes that look like crap. And I just think it's, having worked for an electrical contractor that installed poles with equipment on it, we would never get paid
Counselor,
if we installed it and it wasn't plumbed.
Let's deal with A first, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so the
yeah.
issue of plumb, not.
The reason I asked that
Can
question,
we
because
say-
oh, I'm sorry, I
No,
didn't.
no,
I understand putting in a wooden pole is a little bit different than putting in a metal pole where you can, which is bolted in where you can kind of
Well, it's
control
got,
it.
yeah, a real foundation, whereas a wood pole's just under
So,
the ground, yeah.
so what's a reasonable?
What about 3%? Does that work for people? Does it work for you? 3% would be 10 inches, it's less than a foot.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know because we've never had this before. So.
Yeah, I think the issue's about, we can't ask them to tell the owners to do this. That's my issue, no matter what the percentage is.
Well-
Maybe more fundamental issue than,
Well, I think, personally, I think we have the right to do that. Or we have the right to say, we are not going to allow a grant a location on a pole that's leaning more than 3%. So which would you guys?
Isn't
rather
that
have?
the same thing then? Isn't either one, it doesn't seem like there's an either or there.
Yeah.
Is there?
So either if the new pole is installed plumb, and we'll
Right.
define plumb no more than
However,
3%.
right.
Or we say we will never allow a grant of location on a pole that's leaning more than 3%. But again, we're talking about new poles here, and certainly when you
Let's
put a
stick to new
pole.
poles
So,
first.
and the dynamic is, typically what they do is if the pole's leaning, they just yank out the old pole and they put the new pole in the same hole, which of course is, what they're supposed to do is re-drill a hole so the pole can be set plumb and then backfill around the pole, while you're making sure that it's plumb. And what they do is, it's just poor workmanship. There's no other way to describe that.
Do you know if the new exit of that pole is more than 1%?
No, I haven't seen it. I mean, I assume that they put as plumb as practically
look,
possible.
and the
Now,
one
it
was-
will move over time,
Over time.
but you accept, you under.
But there's a
right.
difference between, something that moves over 20, 30 years and installing it wrong in the first place.
But if that's at 2% right now, he's gonna have a tough time getting them to come back out and reset it.
So,
And then, I guess the question is, at what point is there enough that it becomes noticeable? Would you even be able to see 1%? I would think not. It's 89 degrees from the ground,
so I guess in principle, are you okay with this as long as that the constraint is not?
Yes.
So should we take Tony's suggestion and change it to 3%? And 3%, so if you
Should
think
say
it,
fine.
on a 30-foot pole, 3% is going to be 10, almost 12 inches, right? It's almost a foot.
Right.
And I think if you were to look at, all right, so let's change that to 3%.
But what I'm not clear about is that, are we saying that they have to be on, the applicant is responsible to cause to, is that if necessary, or?
Well,
can-
this
can
is
they
if
put-
they're installing a new pole. So-
If they're installing, but you could put one of these on an existing pole.
Right, we're
Okay.
not talking
All
about this, we're
All
talking
right,
about.
so
new-
this, the way it worded it made me feel like they have to put new poles, but no.
No, and again.
But if you use a new pole, it has to be
I'm
plumbed
assuming
to,
the pole owner is doing
Okay.
a structural analysis, and they look at it and said, if we're gonna allow this equipment to be put on the top of the pole, we should replace it.
Okay.
For whatever reason, and there could be multiple reasons, it's not tall enough. My suspicion is the one that they replaced on Arsenal Street, which seemed to be a good pole, was that they didn't have enough height to get the antenna above the primary line, and they needed an extra, so they put an extra 5 feet.
Right, it was spacing, yeah,
So it's a
exactly.
spacing issue,
Yeah.
and, which is fine, but all we're looking at is, we want a good product, we want a workman-like installation, we want things to look professional, we don't want things to look half cocked.
Understand.
And I think you understand that, and we understand that, and, we're just trying to, we're not trying to make it difficult, but we just want to have some reasonableness. So I think everything will be fine there, and,
so can you go on to
Can I
B?
just ask a question, and then I'll sit down on C? Are the DPW requirements, are those existing in writing, or is it,
yes.
they're already?
For sidewalk. yeah.
Okay, because you're obviously, we're already doing conduit for
Yeah,
various
so
things.
what
Okay, just a
typical,
question.
Type of concrete,
All
the
right.
thickness. and
Thank
it's
you.
just, and Anthony.
Just before we get into the nitty-gritty on A, B, and C, well, even though we already got into the nitty-gritty on A, I just don't know if we need some clarification in the opening, in the introduction on 7, when the pole is required to be replaced, who's requiring it,
It
the
would be in
town?
it would be in the application, I would assume, that said this pole, because it shows the existing pole and installation, what's existing and what is proposed is new. And if it shows a 30-foot pole existing with wires on it, and then it shows the proposed installation with the pole to replace with a 35-foot pole, it would show it as being a new pole.
So this isn't going to, it's not the town making the determination that the pole needs to be replaced, it's the applicant who does? Okay.
Yeah, I just think that's, all right, so
So
8.
what's B, C?
To his point, we should add that.
Where the
Yeah.
pole is required to replace
Because, if I'm reading this, I thought the same as Anthony. Yeah,
in the, well,
because otherwise, the pole's not required to be replaced, we're electing to replace it. I think that the section's not applying.
as part of,
mean,
required to be
that's
replaced
what I
as
would
part of
say.
the application.
Yeah,
So I think should say required to be replaced as part of the application.
yeah.
Can we look, okay, you're going to add that, okay.
So I think that, you're right, that would clarify that.
And B now, just to be clear on what B says, is B says that the applicant is responsible to cause the pole owner to remove all remnants of the old pole prior to installing the facility. So, you mean, if they happen to choose a double pole to put their facility on it, if they choose that, for some reason they choose it, that means that and they put it on the new pole that's holding up the old pole, what are they responsible for doing by this?
Contact the pole owner and say, hey, before I can install my
Facility.
antenna and control box, you need to remove the double pole that's remaining there.
Okay.
Because, and again, from a practical matter, from an electrical installation, they're gonna have to do that anyway, because that control box, which is 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide,
It's going to run into the other pole.
if the double pole is bolted to the new pole, you gotta, it's gonna be hard to install the new stuff when the old pole is there. And I just think that would be really less than optimal installation practice.
It would seem to me that this B, you wouldn't do this, that you wouldn't want to even pick a pole that was a double pole.
But again, I just think it's
Okay,
clear that.
leave it, that's fine. And
just-
C then, and what is, C is the pavement, okay. That's fine.
Okay, so we ready to move on to
Yep.
8?
Yep.
to be clear, we're not asking the applicant to remove somebody else's wire, like Comcast wires or Verizon wires. But again, we're putting a lot of new stuff on the pole. And as the Verizon landline business is withering away, there are more and more phone wires just hanging off of poles, coiled up on poles, and we receive complaints on a regular basis. So if we're gonna install new stuff, the old stuff has to come down. And what I'm asking, we're not asking you to do it, we're just asking you to ask the pole owner to contact, either remove their own equipment or contact the other people that they've authorized to attach to the pole to do it. Now, there's the pole, we all aware of the PLM system, that Massachusetts, where, with the hierarchy of notifying various attachees on the pole to remove, replace their attachments. It doesn't really work, and nobody wants to do it. So if we're gonna be out there and we're gonna have a pre-conference meeting and Verizon's gonna be saying, yep, it's okay to install this up there, hey, they need to know that before you can put your equipment in service, they gotta notify everybody else to take all these hanging wires down. And you go there, there's coils of wires just hanging, and it's not dangerous, but it's an aesthetic issue. And, people may disagree with this, but somebody gets a lot of calls from constituents about the amount of junk that businesses leave on the poles. You know, the public streets of Watertown is not the utilities junkyard. If it's no longer in service, you need to take it away. And I think that's, you know, as you make your applications and you look at the poles and, you know, you take pictures of it and you can see the poles that have problems and the ones that don't. You know, as you approach the pole owners to get your authority to attach, you know, you have an opportunity to say, hey, can you just make sure that this stuff is removed? And,
So you're saying ask them?
Well, that's-
We use the word shall in cause, so.
well, that's a
Different.
condition, right. So that
Yeah.
if they say well, they shall, yeah, they have to ask them. It's not, you know, well, it'd be nice if you asked.
Yeah,
But-
so it's a little different than
And I don't know,
presented.
you know, and again, Steve, your thought about just making this a requirement, you know, I do, and again, Mark, maybe you want to weigh in on this, but we field a lot of calls from the public about this unused equipment and
What
cables.
do you do about it?
We make calls to Verizon, and nothing ever gets done.
But that's what I'm afraid is gonna happen to us, so.
Yeah.
But you have,
Service
yeah.
that the citizens of this town want, so.
Well, you're in a position, because you're talking to the pole owner to negotiate an agreement to connect. And so you're actually, you know, we have, you know, we're actually have no, you know, the reality is we have no authority to do that. We have no contractual relationship at that point. But you're at the point of doing that negotiation, and you just need to let them know that this needs to be done. Is that fair? You know, it's a cost of doing business. And I think, you know, do we want to, you know, certainly, you know, Verizon, N-Star, Comcast, RCN, everybody else they're providing services to businesses and residents in Watertown. But that being said, we need to, you know, we have an obligation to maintain the public ways. And, you know, if there's a junk car parked on the road, we can tow it. You know, we've been having, because of the utilities are regulated at the state level, you know, the state has chosen to limit our ability to fine utility companies to remove their junk from our public roads. And I think it's reasonable. I don't think it's
Yeah, I've seen
burdensome.
other cities and towns when Verizon or the Eversource come in looking to put in.
Could you come up to
pole
the,
Or what have you, the city or town will deny that request
until they take these steps you're talking about. So you guys have the ability to do this on a much more frequent basis than we can at this.
Right.
We're talking about one pole.
Right.
That means nothing to them, what we want to do, so they're not going to stop and address that, whereas they've thousands of poles in Watertown, and they're in front of you repeatedly asking for different things. I would think the leverage there is completely different.
Actually, not a lot, because, the grants of location, these poles were done 100 years ago, and they don't actually need to come to us to license a new attachee to attach to the pole. So actually, they don't come in
No, I
front
mean
of
to place a new pole.
They, very rarely, new poles, they can replace an existing pole, but unless there's a new,
Are the utilities, do they come before the town at all on anything?
Occasionally for new grant location.
but not,
That's
very,
that
not,
frequent.
usually not for a pole. Most of it's underground,
Conduit.
gas,
Yeah, it's
gas
all
lines.
underground stuff.
Whatever it is, you've got them right there.
So this, and again, this comes back,
Maybe we could, oh, sorry.
this comes back to this case, we could say, this pole has got a bunch of wires, and we're not gonna move this petition for grant location on this pole until Verizon and Comcast or RCN removes all their cables. And I don't think we wanna hold up the approval of the grant location. Rather, we wanna say, we'll approve the grant location, but as part of the process, when you're already talking to the pole owner, we can get this cleaned up at the same time. So we don't want to say, no, we're not going to act on your petition because there's a problem with this pole. And I just think from your standpoint, you would rather have a grant of location and say, yeah, I got to make a phone call to Verizon. Maybe I got to make 5 phone calls to Verizon to get this done. But you're the ones, who are coming forward to us, we're not going out seeking to do this, and I think that's the difference. So, Marty, you had,
My
oh,
earlier
Tom?
comment, I was kind of combining 7 and 8.
Yeah.
One
If you
thing
go up to the microphone,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, yeah.
If your goal is to try to improve aesthetics generally on these wood poles, and I think that the 2 applications I submitted are helpful, you're getting better than this because you're getting a new pole. And perhaps that is really the avenue that you should be looking at. And I made the point before, and I think Mike reiterated it. We have no more leverage over Verizon or AT&T or a pole owner than you do. The amount of money that we pay is modest to them. It's really nothing at all. I know this, it's a continuing problem, but, I would urge you to look at other avenues to try to improve the aesthetics. And I think, as we do more of these, and I think you're going to see more wood pole replacements, that alone will help solve the problem.
Yeah, and again, just the 7 would only apply if it's a new pole. And certainly, if it's a new pole, when they put in the new pole, they do take off all the
But
unused.
8 wouldn't apply. But
8
that's
would
fine.
not apply. 8 would only apply if it's an existing pole that's not being replaced, that may have a bunch of stuff on it that needs to be.
So let me just I'm wondering, Council, and I'm interested to see what Councilor Woodland thinks of this one specifically, but is it possible to say something like, and we could say something like, we expect the petitioner to do due diligence and make every effort to do this, and then we quantify this by saying the petitioner has to contact Verizon or the owner of the pole in letter at least 3 or 4 times, makes phone calls, so that we show a good faith effort. Is there a way to say that they need to show a good faith effort? And I'm always for one to say you can't use words that you can't quantify. Quantify good faith effort as a way around this, or as a way to achieve some of it. And then just as a side point, we have equipment and cables should be removed. Coiled hanging cables should be removed, and then they could also should be secured. So are we basically asking them to roll it up and secure it, or to get rid of it? Or are we talking about different things here? But that's just a detail. I wonder what Counselor Woodland thinks of this.
Good faith effort, what do you think?
I mean, it's better than what we have now. I mean, having a good faith effort to remove them.
So what do you think, if we change this, that, shall cause the applicant is responsible to cause the pole owner to comply with this condition, or the applicant has to make a good faith effort to, would that soften the language?
Yeah, and we'd have to send you a copy of a letter.
You're not speaking.
Yeah.
Getting text from people at home and say you're not speaking.
Yeah, so if you just come, I hate.
We should all just stay here. Let's have a gang right here. Probably your best bet.
Yeah.
And they keep asking
Sorry,
questions.
because there are people at home watching this.
Yeah,
The town of Watertown citizens are watching this at home.
that's right.
They want to hear what you're talking about.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, where were we?
Change it to number 8 to good, the applicant.
Yeah,
shall make
I
a
think
good
it would,
faith effort.
to your point, Counselor, to the extent we provided a copy of a letter from us to the utility requesting that these things be addressed, and then perhaps a follow-up letter, I think that would be evidence of good faith effort to do that.
Well, I'd also would want to see the response.
Well, yeah, if we get a response, we'd obviously be obliged to share that as well. All I'm saying is if we send 50 letters and we can't get anything done, it just falls squarely on us. And I know that the town itself has had a huge problem trying to get them moved. We will do our best to try to get them moved, but my point is that we don't have a silver bullet or some leverage that is greater than what the entire town of Watertown has. So I like your idea, though, that if we can demonstrate that, I mean, look, we want to have, we're not looking to create a blight here to the visual impacts of these, to the aesthetics of what's going on in town. That's why we've designed our equipment to be as stealth as possible. We want to be a good corporate neighbor, but as it relates to the utility and these inherent issues that are legacy issues that have been going on for years, that we come along and hit a tripwire, we'll do our part to try to get them to the change, but it's not as if we can get the big utility. As I say, they just assume not deal with us. I mean, these things are more of a nuisance to them than they are a benefit, so it's not like we somehow have leverage over them.
I know.
We can get them to act.
And-
So, trust me, though, we will try, and if there's a way we can document that gives you assurances that we attempted to exercise this perceived leverage, so be it.
So would you be okay just changing that to good faith effort?
Could you repeat it back for me?
We would change, the applicant shall make a good faith effort, instead of, I have to sort of reword that, instead of responsible for causing them to comply, make a good faith effort to request to comply.
Yeah, you probably need to remove the shall in
Yeah,
the second line too.
yeah, we take out the
Yeah.
shall.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't think that 8 would be permissible under the FCC regulations.
So making a good faith effort, though, is.
Yeah,
the spirit of-
that's
But
completely different,
can we
yeah.
define good faith effort to mean written documentation?
Well,
I mean,
good faith
written-
effort, comma, in writing.
In writing?
Okay, and we'll just leave it at that. I
Yeah.
think that's,
Okay.
would just be.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's fine.
Number 8. Number 9. So now, and this is something I want to ask Steve about. So I think at some point, we need to sort of, so the installation is done, and we need to determine it's done in accordance with what was approved in the grant of location, and we need to establish the date for the annual fee. And I sort of, 8 and 9 kind of work together that way. And I'm not sure, if you guys can say sort of how that works in other communities, but I would think the anniversary date for the annual fee would be the date it's actually signed off as being complete. And what I want to ask Steve is, I wrote building inspector there, but would it be the building inspector, or would it be an inspector from a town inspector? Could it be the wiring inspector? Could it be somebody from the DPW? Do we
Yeah,
want to?
I was going to say, in the past, I think granite locations have all dealt with Department of Public Works. The power system has all been the wiring inspector, so neither one of those have really been the building inspector historically. So I guess I would ask maybe for a little flexibility in terms of the language for who it, I think you're right that it makes sense to have a clear indication of who at the local level would be responsible for that. Just not sure it ought to be the building inspector.
If we change it from building inspector to a Watertown inspector?
Yeah.
Because it could be the wire inspector, it could be the building inspector, could be somebody from the, I guess,
Yeah, just say Watertown inspector or equivalent,
or.
functional equivalent.
the
Or Watertown
Or
official.
designee, that's why I
Yeah.
put, so if that's, so let's change building to Watertown. So does that then make sense that at that point, that establishes you're good to go to power it up and start service, and then that becomes, and then that would also be the annual fee would be paid on that date for the next 12 months. And then on the anniversary of that sign-off date.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, but just one question. So that it's done timely, could we put in a certain number of days by which the sign-off would have to be completed? It just says, approval in writing. It just, maybe it's, 15 days, something reasonable.
So Steve, what would we so I'm just thinking, what do we do with other permits? Do we have, must prove
It's approved, comma, within a reasonable amount of time.
within, do we normally, how do we do that with, say, the other
Yeah,
permits?
well, it's incumbent upon an inspector to sign off when the work's complete and satisfactory, not based on a time frame from, when it started or when the applicant deemed it to be complete. It's when it's complete and the inspector deems it to be complete. So
Like on a gas permit, if, people get a new gas service run to their house, they hire a contractor, the contractor gets a permit, they do the work's complete, they call, say, inspected to be inspected. So under sort of the framework of state law in terms of reasonable approval by the gas inspector to come out and inspect that, is that covered elsewhere in the sort of the
Yeah.
reasonableness?
I think there's a timeframe in which we need to do an inspection. There's a time frame for which we need to review plans or permits submitted, a time to do inspections. And then, once the inspection's found, the work to be acceptable, then the permit's signed off on, and then usually a certificate of occupancy would be issued.
So my question is, do we need to rewrite that here as a requirement of this, or is that covered elsewhere, sort of in this, under state
Yeah.
law, that what the
Yes.
reasonableness for approving work by the building department or whatever inspector? So, I don't know, I think if that's sort of covered under, all the other existing permits, this doesn't need to be an exception.
Okay, if it's covered and so, okay.
I just want to make it clear, because I'm not,
Sure. yeah.
it's, Steve's the head of that department, he knows better than I do, but I think that's, because nowhere else do we have that, like in any other kind of permit, thing to describe sort of what the reasonableness for the approval, it's just, because I think it is covered under state law.
I only ask because if you read it on its face, it sounds like it's open-ended.
Yeah, well, this, and everything we do is bound by
Okay.
many other levels
That's
of
fine.
state law. Mark?
The only concern I have on this section is,
Mark is our council president. So, and we
The only concern I have on this section is who's going to keep track of the dates for these things when a different poll comes in 3 months from now? My suggestion would be it's a $270 annual fee payable on the first of the year or when you get your grant of location, like we do with other things, or prorate it. But I don't think that we should be having our staff trying to keep track of dates for when these fees should be in place. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, and we had talked about putting some sort of, that's actually a great point.
You say in number 10, on the anniversary of, but
Well, so
Council President Sedaris is suggesting a different approach than on the anniversary of.
Like we do with our liquor permits, like we do with a lot of other permits, they're due on a certain time during the
Right,
year.
everybody
Everybody pays,
December
and
31st.
then we went through this with a couple of the new licenses, one at the Arsenal, that they got a permit, they needed to pay their fee, and they didn't get prorated, it's an annual fee. So I just think that we're putting additional onus on the staff to keep track, and this is, I know these would be probably all at the same time, but I think we should be looking at doing it at a certain date.
For everybody as opposed to per poll.
Right, so that would mean the
Effective.
first year you'd pay your fee, and if you would pay your fee, and if it was December 15th, you get the work signed off, you have to pay your $270 fee, and then January 1st, you have to pay it again. So that would be, or, something, maybe for, if you get approved in December, we could give you a 13-month. So what do you think of, well, that's an interesting concept.
So, so Steve, is there a particular good time of the year that, given how much people do, is there a good time to say,
I would say that, yeah, the January 1st would make sense.
that's okay?
Yeah,
Even
I think
even though
that'd be
it's crazy, holidays and all, that still works? Okay, so that the fee would be due on January 1st.
Kenny, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Okay.
So is that number, do you re-put this
Mike
together?
and Marty, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, that seems fine.
That seems fine.
Okay, so we will change this, this fee is due, where it says, each year on the anniversary should be due, will be due on January 1st. Okay. So, good with number 10, all right. 11, so, we're getting to the end of this. Having done construction contracts for a long time, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, all kind of go together about, it's great, we're moving forward with a new venture, we're getting new equipment, you're putting in service, people are gonna be really happy with it. What happens 10, 20 years from now? What happens when things go wrong? What happens when AT&T goes out of business and they declare bankruptcy and they can't sell their assets? And all this stuff is sitting there, 30 years from now is junk. How do we get somebody to remove it? What happens if, AT&T goes, bankrupt, is not paying their annual fees, I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen. Don't mean to be picking on AT&T. But, it's, is the, one of the, so the question is, you don't pay, the equipment is taken out of service and is no longer being used, it's abandoned, how do we, we were talking about the problem of getting Verizon to remove unused wires. I'm trying to, if we had had this written into a grant of location 100 years ago, for the grant of location for Verizon poles, we maybe would have more leverage on them, particularly number 13, but we don't. So knowing what, with the experience of that 100 years behind us, as we go in this new venture of putting new equipment on poles, and who knows, 30, 40 years from now, what kind of, stuff may be beamed from satellites, and we won't need transmitters on poles. Who knows what's going to go on? How do we protect the town's interest, 25, 30 years from now? And are these things, realizing that none of us will be here? Well, Kenny will, he's young.
Aging fast.
He'll, does 11, 12, 13, 14 make sense? And 15 is sort of standard language that, whoever's Externet's installing it, they may sell it to somebody else, who may sell it to somebody else, and these conditions. So if we just assume 15 is a standard kind of success.
I think this is fine, 30 days to give people, to remove them if they're, if they're no longer, if they fail to pay, that's fine. 30 days if is not operating any longer. I think they get them out of there. And number 13 is that if they fail to do that, we do that, and then we bill them. Is that basically 13?
Yes. And just so you know, number 12 exists in the current Watertown zoning ordinance for wireless installations on private property.
Oh.
So that was, I actually copied, that was sort of, for this 11, 12, 13, and 14, that was my starting point. And typically, number 14 sort of follows the zoning ordinance that, if you have a special permit to install something and it's removed, you lose your right to, because
They have to start all over.
It expires.
Yeah.
So,
I think these sections are fine.
So do I.
So, I want to just ask Steve, your thoughts on that, and then the two applicants, if your thoughts on that.
I think from my perspective, it makes sense. It's a reasonable approach to say that if the facility is abandoned, there's an opportunity, whether 30 days is the right time frame or not, I'll leave that open. But, that there's an opportunity to say to them, we're considering that abandoned and you have to remove it. If they don't, that we have the opportunity to do that. I would very much agree with you that that gives us an opportunity to avoid that kind of situation that we currently have with all the other utilities on double poles. It would give us a say in that, and I think that would be significant. So I would support that language.
And just, that 30 days is in the existing condition on wireless equipment installed on private property. So I just copied the same thing, and to my knowledge, that hasn't been a problem in the 20 years we've been doing cell phones on private property, cell antennas on private property.
Those provisions seem reasonable to us.
Marty, you okay with that?
Let me ask a question about 12, though.
Okay.
A couple of questions, okay. Who would make the determination that we're out of compliance, and would there be any avenue of appeal or any kind of hearing? Have you thought about that?
Well, I don't, so again, that is exactly out of the zoning ordinance, except instead of saying this grant of location, it says a special permit. So, and so so out of compliance. You submit an application, it's approved, you install it. In the middle of the night, you come out and you take out the small antenna and you put a big
bigger,
100-watt
right,
antenna.
yeah.
And somebody calls up and says, hey, who changed that? What's going on? And we say, you changed it without approval. Well, that's no longer in compliance. And, we may, and again, it says we may, the town of Watertown may, it doesn't say shall.
Okay.
That there wants to be some flexibility, but we've had plenty of things where contractors come in and do stuff without approval, and, we make them remove what they installed
Okay.
without approval.
Right.
That's just sort of the way building permits work, that you can't have a process that says you're required to do certain things, and then because you do it at night and you didn't get caught, you're allowed to do it. So, like I said, we've been approving wireless antennas, cell phone antennas on private property, for more than 20 years, and this has never been a problem.
And it shouldn't be too
It shouldn't be,
unusual,
but,
right.
we never know, and I just, we can't predict the future, and, I'm sure 100 years ago, when AT&T was, the new upcoming technology, and they were putting poles and stringing wires to every house, that seemed like, the perfect solution to every communication problem, and today, more than half the houses in Watertown don't have landlines anymore, so you get, and in 10 years, it will not be a single Verizon landline operating in Watertown. So, it's just, that's just the way the world works. So I just want to make sure it's, the reasonable thing, we're not, but it's, again, at some point, if there's stuff that's no longer operating and it's literally it's junk on the public right of way, we want to have some avenue to get the stuff
Removed, yeah.
So I just think that's prudent to protect the public.
I just wanted to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor, on 13, whether we need, this is maybe too nitpicking, but I often think when if we end up having to remove it, I don't know if there's, of course, there's only one or two of them, so I'm thinking of disposal, because we don't want to have that, but let's just sort of understood. Let's
I think
forget that. I
having it
withdraw.
removed, I would think encompass
Yeah,
having it
having
thrown
it
away.
disposed. Okay, great.
And number 13, again, if the wireless company who ends up owning these, 20, 30 years from now, declares bankruptcy and says, stuff has to be removed, we can hire a contractor to remove it and then just,
Become part of the,
and recover those costs.
Right, okay.
My goal is that Chapter 166 would be amended to allow us to do that anyway with existing stuff.
so I'd like to make a motion then, that this committee recommends to the full town council that the draft grant of location for small wireless facilities located in public right-of-way in the town of Watertown be approved, based on the edits made.
So we're gonna, to be, see, let me think about this.
We're
We need to-
establishing new things now. This is a completely new regulation, right?
To
Does
be-
it have to go to orders, or?
To be, well, we're gonna recommend using this template for the specific
Right.
applications, but I don't know, we can recommend, I think we just can tell the council that this was what the committee's going to be using for future.
Yeah, and I think with future applications, you could use these as the conditions that you establish with the grant location. I don't think you have to create a regulation to do that. You can condition a grant location today.
This
So this
committee
is
can, or
setting
the
out-
council can? This
Right,
committee
council
or the
can.
the
We can
council
make,
can?
we can make a
And-
recommendation to the council,
Yeah.
but it would be recommended for future applications, we would use this as a template. I think that would be the,
That would be the motion. Okay. So I make a motion that this committee recommend to the full committee that this template be used for grant of locations of small wireless facilities.
okay.
Does that make sense? Does that sound all right?
Is that okay, Ken?
Yeah, second. Yeah.
I mean, pending the changes you made. Right.
Yeah, as amended.
As
Yeah,
amended.
I have, the full town council utilize the presented grant allocation template as amended by the committee for present and future petitioners.
Okay, all in favor?
I said.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So that's the first part of the meeting. Second part, let's look at the specific applications, and so thank you, everyone, for your great input on that. I know it was a little long, but
Well, thank you for putting it together. Let's acknowledge that you put that together for us to review. Thank you, Council.
okay, so we had Palfrey Street is the next one. Do you have some of those, and we can take a look at it?
Some actions listed 4 plus number 2.
All right, so, yeah, just if you just give each of us so we can take a look at it.
Thank you.
And, so this is, so, we got sort of a narrative about what is happening, and the 1900, the 1.9 gigahertz, 1900 megahertz is the for the 4G, which is.
One of those,
So does that mean you're not gonna, there's no intention to operate this, the 5G?
no, that's just we got those RF plots from AT&T to illustrate what it is that we're trying to do here, essentially.
Okay.
Can I ask one question before we
Yeah.
begin? I've been trying to get this figured out in my head. These are all AT&Ts, but we have two different people here representing.
Okay, I
AT&T.
can explain that, all right.
So could you explain that? So I just.
Okay. The company that's going to build, own, and operate the small cells is called Extenet. That's who we're doing this work for directly. Okay? Extenet will be owning it and operating it for AT&T. Okay? This is AT&T coverage. These small cells will connect to AT&T's existing network.
So what-
Extenet is a builder and developer of small cells.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
So then why do we have a separate petition from AT&T, and why is it extranet? It's just a little confusing from my part. Could you understand why it might be
I
confusing?
do. I understand that. So my client AT&T sometimes offloads some of its efforts to a third party to help them, cost reasons, personnel, different things like that, will ask or contract with a third-party vendor to install on certain areas. This is the first time it's ever happened for me that I'm in the same town as where Extenet is.
I see.
They do it also for Sprint, they do it for other companies. It just so happens at this one town, and I've been in 40 different towns and cities in Massachusetts, I've never had this overlap, so.
Okay, thank you for
Sure.
clarification. Appreciate it. All right.
And just to be clear, so this petition of Palfrey Street and Arsenal Street will be issued in the name of Extenet?
That's correct, not AT&T.
Not AT&T.
Okay, okay. So let me just give you a brief overview about what we're doing on Palfrey Street, okay? It's a wood pole, utility pole. It would be placed with another pole of the same height, okay? For this one, we're doing a side mount antenna, and the reason for that is there's a primary lines up top, and according to the Eversource rules, we can't put a pole top mounted antenna there. So this one needs to be side mounted. Okay, and I know you had asked about that. If we could, we would put it on the pole top, but we're not able to here. Okay. The equipment is pretty simple. There's a side mount bracket, an antenna enclosure which is 2 feet high, 10 inches in diameter. And then below that, there's a radio enclosure. There are 2 small radios in there, and if you want to look at Exhibit 5, there's specs for the radios. They're called Ericsson 2203 and I believe 2205. And that enclosure is 32 by 18 wide by 12 inches deep. We will be using overhead fiber, as I mentioned earlier. And then on the plans, if you look at the profiles, it shows the arrangement of equipment, and we will have to work with the utility company to move some things, including the primary and the secondary lines. But essentially, the antenna will be at 32 feet above ground, the radio 12 feet, and the electric meter at 8 feet. So that's an overview of what we're planning to do in this
Wait,
location.
this shows the antenna be mounted 20 feet off the ground, not 30.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I was looking at my Arsenal Street. Let me go back. Antennas at 20 feet, radios at 12, and the meters at 8. I was looking at my notes for Arsenal, I'm sorry.
Is the antenna?
Right here on the side.
There.
So,
Oh, okay,
so,
20 feet.
you know, when your colleague was here last time, you know, I think we made it pretty clear that we weren't going to allow this. So that antenna needs to be 30 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, you know, I look at the Arsenal Street antenna, which is 32 feet off the ground. I'm not sure why the Arsenal Street antenna can be mounted 32 feet off the ground, and this one is mounted 20 feet off the ground. And the Arsenal Street pole has a primary line on it too, as this one, so, I think I was really clear on that, so this is not gonna be allowed.
Well,
Sorry,
well,
Ben, what was that
let me
again?
explain, the rules of the utility company, where they'll let us put it, does constrain us. We can't put antenna on the top of the pole. I mean, let me ask you, what is your concern aesthetics?
It is aesthetics, you know,
Okay.
that was a primary concern, and certainly 20, and again, I understand the rules, but, so, you know, and I understand, you know, so this one shows it mounted being between the fire alarm cable and the light on the pole on Arsenal Street at 32 feet. So why can't this one be mounted at the same place? Why can't it be mounted higher? There seems to be a lot
You're
of.
talking about Palfrey or Arsenal?
Palfrey.
I could ask the engineer about that. Let me just point out a couple of things. I mean, this will be inside a canister. You won't see the antenna, so it won't have quite the visual impact that an antenna just simply mounted to the pole would have. And I would point out, I think the obvious is, I mean, these are wood utility poles. They already have lots of bigger, heavier boxes and transformers on them.
Right.
So I don't think the visual impact is rather minimal.
So we were also really clear that we wanted the poles to be, so your original plan for Arsenal Street showed the canister being mounted at the top of the pole.
It was, right, for Arsenal. yeah.
And we had talked quite a bit about that is what we wanted to see in terms of minimizing sort of the visual clutter. These need to be changed to show the pole, that the canister's mounted at the top of the pole.
I don't think we can do that, but,
Well, I don't think we can approve these then. Let's talk about the AT&T petition. We'll come back to these.
Wait, I have a misunderstanding of what we said last time. The pole height needed to be a minimum of 30 feet, right?
Right.
And this is 20, the installation's 20 feet.
Right, but we talked about the pole, also, yeah, the pole, the canisters being mounted on top of the pole.
Okay.
Not on the side of the pole.
We made that as a precondition. And why?
From a visual clutter standpoint, that it's having, you know, it's bad enough having the big box on the side of the pole, but having the antenna on the side of the pole, and also having the antenna just, you know, so low to the ground, there was a desire to have it higher up and out of the visual sight line. And part of having it mounted, you know, aligned with the, you know, if you looked at the plan from sort of last time, you know, it showed the antenna being mounted on top of the pole, in line with the top of the pole.
Okay.
And I guess, Marty, I'm just.
That's why the difference is, because we
You know,
talk about.
I'm not
we
sure
set a
how
rule
that
on
changed, or what changed from the last time to now, because it was shown at the top of the pole.
For Arsenal, it was.
Yeah, and, you know, my question when I asked, you know, why isn't the Palfrey one at the top of the pole?
Well, I will tell you, the engineer informed us, and I don't know why he was late in this, that the primary is at the top and printed out the rules, which I've actually included in the packets. So to kind of fell to the side, we didn't have any choice.
Well, okay,
Exhibit 3.
yeah,
Excerpt from the rules,
so,
page 672.
Sorry, do you know specifically where in Exhibit 3, which
it says
section?
any pole with existing,
3.2.
2.
A, says
Oh, okay.
any pole, so poles
Full stop
top.
town, okay.
But did, okay, so,
Full installation matrix.
but what about, is there anything in there that says, so again, why the height? Why 32 feet versus 20 feet?
I can find out. It may be required spacing. I'm not in.
Okay, so that's, well, let's just
Can we
table,
just, both of these out of, is one, is the Hopefully, the Arsenal one,
yep,
which was shown in the original document to be on the top, right?
right. Now it's shown on the side.
And that's the Arsenal Street one, right? It's now shown 30 feet up on the side. And on the original one, it was 39 feet up on, no, 38 feet up on the top. Okay.
All right, so let's, hold on, so let's look at the 550 Arsenal.
Okay.
Okay, so right now, so 550 Arsenal Street. All right, so now it's going to be side at 32 feet, height, not top. And the N-Star rules, and again, whatever, is this Synergetics that was the engineer that prepared these? I'm a little disappointed that they, these last-minute engineering changes, they come across that's different, I would just have expected something a little bit better. So let's look at this now. So we got a new pole. The pole is now 43 feet high, which is about 5 feet higher than the existing pole. So they're relocating all the cables from a spacing standpoint. Does it really say, does the N-Star rules really talk about spacing?
That excerpt that I put in there in the package for you was to illustrate the requirement. Oh, I'm sorry.
This, and, so I'm looking at that N-Star document.
Yeah, what I was
Does it
saying
agree?
was that the excerpt that I put in your package,
Yep.
that's not those are not the full rules, it's just to illustrate the requirement that when there's a primary at the top, you can't do a top-mounted antenna. There may be rules about the spacing elsewhere in the utility company rules.
It says here the requester pays all costs for the new pole, so is ExtraNet paying for installing these new poles?
Potentially, yeah.
We're operating at a disadvantage, that we don't know what you guys are discussing with N-Star, so that's part of, we're kind of relying on. So my question is, so let's go back, let's look at the Arsenal Street. So the Arsenal Street has got a new pole. It's got, it's mounted just below the existing light, just above the fire alarm cable. It's mounted on the same, the inside part of the pole. I think in my, so if you look at the drawing on the photo of the existing pole, you'll see, looks like that's, there's a cable to a weatherhead to a box that goes underground, and you see the wires sort of just hanging loose from the pole. That's what kind of thing I was talking about, cause the
Cleaning up the
pole owner
pole,
to
yeah,
attach. It looks
yeah.
like it's attached down for the first 2 feet, and then it's just blowing loose in the wind. You can see that. See right there. That's the kind of sort of sloppy installation that we would expect
Sure.
the pole owner to fix, as part of the installation. But since it's all a new pole,
This is a new pole?
this is the picture of the old
Oh,
pole.
the old pole.
I just went there yesterday, and they just installed this week a new pole. It wasn't there last weekend, so,
Oh, okay. So they replaced this?
with a brand new pole, which is the new pole. It's like, well, it's 5 feet tall, it's 43 feet high. So, I'm okay with the way this looks. I think, this is another case where when they put the new pole in, they jackhammered around the concrete sidewalk.
install the new
So,
pole. Yeah.
they removed about, square of concrete to put the new pole in. So that will need to be, they will need to repair that concrete sidewalk.
Sure.
That will be
No problem.
a condition, as we talked about on
That's
7.
reasonable as we discussed.
Yeah, that you just, and again, we have a problem where they've replaced many poles, and they just break the sidewalk to put in the new pole, and they never come back, and it's a trip hazard, and it's full of weeds and trash, and it's, they removed it, they need to replace it. So, the meter on this case is only gonna be 8 feet above ground, is that?
That's correct. Yep.
And my question is, in the existing pole, it shows, if you look at the photo, it shows a conduit coming out of the ground to a junction box with a weatherhead, and then going up to the secondary power. You see that on the picture there with the cable, that cable I talked about that was hanging? But then that's not shown on either the existing profile drawing or on the new profile drawing.
Oh, yep.
Know what that is and how that, it looks like that's right about where you plan on putting your meter.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, it's right above? Can you say that
So-
again? I didn't hear you.
It looks like that's right about where you intend to install your meter. Is that? So is that coming out, is that equipment being abandoned and removed completely? Or is that something that you need to work around?
I'll ask about that.
If it's a new pole, wouldn't it be gone by now, though? This box that you're talking, which is close to the meter that they're putting in?
But I went there and it's attached to the new pole today.
Oh,
It's still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they took it off the old pole and they attached it to the new pole.
that might be in the way of the meter. Is that the point?
Okay. And what, do you think that's a junction box of some sort?
Well, it looks like it's 100, it looks like it's a feed from the secondary line, so that, I assume looks like 2 wires, or I guess it's 120 volts.
Mm-hmm.
And see,
It's a question for the engineer.
And it goes into that weatherhead, and then goes into the box, and then it looks like the conduit goes down to the ground. So I don't know what it's feeding.
Well, if you look on the profile view, just above the meter, there's a little darkened square with, you see that? With the
Proposed one-gang weatherproof.
No, below that. It's very tiny. And it's not called out. I'll show you. I'm not sure.
This one right here?
Right there,
So
yeah, that.
that thing-
I don't know.
I don't know what, or is this the meter? This thing with the circles?
The circle, that's definitely the meter.
So that shows the meter goes to
Below that junction.
proposed one gang with a, that shows you right here. See, it shows on, if you look at your new, it shows proposed one gang weatherproof box with knockouts, and that's a proposed disconnect switch. So I don't know what that weatherproof one gang, looks like that's part of your installation, looks like it's connected to this.
Yeah, I think so.
So, I'm generally okay with this as shown, with the conditions that we talked about for Arsenal Street. Did you, Ken or Tony have any questions about this?
Nope.
Nope.
All right, so this one I think is okay for the Arsenal Street.
So do we need to make a motion on that?
Well,
Counselor?
let's hold off on that one at a time. So the Palfrey Street, like I said, I was pretty clear about the height of this, and maybe, and again, I don't know, because I don't, yeah, this is shown,
If we move it up, would that satisfy
32
you?
feet, and there's you talked about spacing, so, is it
Then the question was to move to 32 feet,
Can-
and
can-
that meets the requirements. I
so,
assume yes?
so the question is,
I'll ask
is a
you.
cause that the antenna can't, it needs to be a certain distance from the primary?
Could very well be, but let's just back up a minute. You would like us to raise the elevation of that antenna, that's what you're looking for, I think, right? For Palfrey.
Right, 'cause-
Okay, well, let me do this, okay? Let's go back to the engineer and see, if we can move things around a little bit.
So, my, and again, why did they replace the pole on Arsenal Street where the pole is 5 feet taller? Is it to get,
It's a good question, yeah.
I would just, it looks like there's the primary on Arsenal Street is relocated 41 feet. The antenna, the top of the antenna is 33 feet. So they're what, 8 feet apart? 41 minus 33 is 8 feet. So,
Should we just table this till the next meeting, come back and see if that can be changed?
so I would like to, I would,
Can I ask a
We could,
question?
yeah, it'd be in another week, did you say the 5th?
Is this the
Okay.
Yeah.
existing
Yeah, I could
pole?
certainly get an
Yes.
answer by then, and perhaps even
Yeah.
revised plans.
But that
if
pole's gonna be
We can do that.
Oh, this
That'd be
one's
great.
going to be
Yeah.
replaced also?
and so for two things, so Palfrey Street, so two things. The height of antenna, to 30 feet. And number two is confirm replacement of the pole.
I'm sorry, confirm.
Replacement of the pole, because it appears going out there, that there's a X with an arrow, which is typically what they always paint on the poles before they remove it. And then, there's dig safe spray painted on the ground.
There's a call out on there, that is going to be replaced.
So on,
If you look on the profile, I believe that it's shown.
so it shows existing,
You see, if you look at the existing profile, existing 40-foot CL3 wood utility pole.
on the,
Apparently-
on the Arsenal Street? Which one are you looking at? Arsenal?
Well, Arsenal's clearly being replaced,
yeah.
but
So I know,
Palfrey,
and-
I'm reading Palfrey, to be removed. Look at your existing profile. Call out on the right side, about 12 feet up. The right side
Oh,
of the
to
pole.
be removed,
Yeah,
existing 40
so it's
foot.
happening.
And then they're gonna put in a new, existing 40-foot pole. So, then where does it say new,
Above the call out for the coax, proposed 45-foot Class 2 wood utility pole.
so it's actually gonna be, but the height shows it the same.
Well, I think they're including the height below grade as well,
Below
but it's going to
grade.
be at the same elevation above ground, so as you can see.
So they're gonna take a 40-foot pole that's buried 5 feet in the ground out, and they're gonna put in a 45-foot pole
That's the total length of the pole.
and bury it 10 feet in the ground?
Apparently so.
Or are they gonna make the height bigger? Something doesn't add up here.
Well, they're both shown as 35.6 above the ground.
Right, that's what I would expect, if you put in a pole that's 5 feet taller, that it would be.
Well, I don't know, maybe the standards have changed since 2001
Well,
for
could-
poles. I don't know. Yeah.
Could you also just clarify that? The
Yeah,
height?
yeah.
Because it may be, you only have to, what's the standard, Wood Pole Standards Institute about the amount of the pole that's gonna be buried, it's
Okay.
a percentage of the.
It's the height, it's a percent, and then there's a certain number of additional feet. I
Yeah,
forget the formula, yeah.
But that just doesn't sound, I could see burying it 6 feet in the ground, but the 10 feet seems to be
A lot.
a lot. And
Okay.
maybe,
I will
for
ask
those
that as well.
of us who are, electrical installer, that just seems, my guess, could that 35 feet 6 inches for the new pole that showed height to height be wrong? I don't know.
Is there anything else that we should have?
So those
before we-
those are the two things. So if we could just table that to
The 5th, okay.
February 5th,
Yeah.
and you could bring back, and I think, I would just tell you right now, mounting an antenna 20 feet off the ground is not, is just too low.
We'll work on it.
And even if and even if you want to talk to the engineers, give me a call, and we could, we could just make sure that needs to go.
Okay.
So.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So I agree with you about putting this off to the 5th, that's fine. But the RF radiation, isn't it correct to say that the higher up the pole, the less opportunity for the radiation to get into people's, to affect people, can you give us a little, is that true? Because that was one of the discussions we had last week. We sort of gotten away from that discussion, and I can understand why, but
This might be a good opportunity to ask him any other questions you have, so in case he's not here the next time.
Yes, so this is great. I really want to thank you for coming.
Certainly. So I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Well, is the height of the antenna have any relationship to the degree of radiation, of RF radiation?
So the amount of potential RF radiation that a person may be exposed to is a function of the power of the device and the proximity of the person to the device. That's really about it.
So the power of the device,
So
which we
for the
know.
most part, the highest potential RF exposure that people have on a daily basis is using their cell phones, because they are holding a source directly up against their body. And so the phone itself represents the highest potential RF exposure. Beyond that, then it becomes typical AM broadcast, FM broadcast, television broadcast, and then two-way communication, and then the latest thing, which is what they call base stations. So if you're trying to put in a small cell, it's really a function of how high above the ground, but to a point where it's not too far above the ground if it's going to go into a higher elevation, if you know what I mean. So it's not just higher is better. Unfortunately, it's
Right,
not.
distance,
Yeah.
the further away you go, the.
Yeah.
So people were
signal.
concerned, and I recognize that we cannot determine your petitions based on health concerns, but
To the extent they comply with FCC
to the extent,
compliance, right?
right, to the extent that they comply. So, and we said earlier that these petitions, these facilities comply with the FCC, right? But I do want to clear, we have heard from residents, particularly on the poll-free one, right? That they were concerned about the radiation, the RF radiation into their bedrooms and Councilor Picciarelli mentioned this last time, because he was talking about, you know, you look out your window and there you see this 20-foot, this facility at 20 feet. So we have people who are concerned about it. Can you tell me that the higher up it goes, the less people will have to worry about being exposed to RF radiation?
Well, again, the higher it goes to the extent that you are moving away from people. The further away from people, generally, the better.
So if I have a house that's here, and I have a pole that's here, and I'm at 20 feet that's here, right? I'm not moving the house. The house is staying here. Here's the pole. Here's where the facility is at 20 feet. And the wattage or the other thing, the other
Yeah,
criteria.
the power's not changing.
The power is not changing. I'm going up here, right? The house is the same. Am I getting less exposure in the house?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So I would agree with Councilor Picciarelli that when you come back, we would like to see this higher up as possible.
And I think
if it's on top,
in either case, our personal cell phones are doing way more than any.
I recognize that. I think I recognize that. I'm just saying that
Just
we
saying.
have people who are, just as we're concerned
Well, the
about the
allowable
aesthetics.
exposure is 20 times higher.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're doing the very best we can within the limited scope that we have.
I agree.
Cube of the distance, is it?
Well, no,
For
because it's
spherical.
a partial body exposure. The phone itself, the actual amount of body that gets exposed is only a portion of the body as compared to a larger antenna, so therefore they have to be treated a little bit differently.
Yeah. You answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to table,
Did you have any other questions?
I don't, I just want to thank you for your report.
For staying here, too.
For me, was really clear, very straightforward, and I really want to thank you for doing that. That was
I can provide a copy of my CV if you'd like.
great.
Great.
That is great, and again, it really,
Tells you who I am.
really, again, and I appreciate you having him, Dr. Hall has come, and,
Okay.
really
So,
appreciate
putting
it.
this
So,
one
did you have any questions about the?
No, we just make sure you touch it in minutes.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
All right, so do we want to take a vote to recommend that the 550 Arsenal Street petition move forward to the council per what was presented, the revised application presented, and in accordance with our standard grant of location?
So moved.
Second. Can you, I don't like that phrasing. Could you rephrase that?
Okay, so,
Recommend to the full council that.
so recommend to full town council to,
Approval.
to
Approval of
approve the 550 Arsenal
the Arsenal Street petition
petition.
as reflected, as presented.
As resubmitted tonight. As resubmitted tonight, to the town council for approval.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so so you second that motion?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that's voted, so at least Arsenal Street is, it will be ready to go forward. And again, that'll use sort of the standard grant of location that we, discussed. And thank you for emailing this and all this stuff, because we are going to put it on the website for the public. Just one last question. The maps, the coverage maps that you showed, and I see that it's the same coverage map that AT&T submitted. The pole with the circle around it. What the circle is, what's that signal level of that circle? So, so these transmitters, and this goes for the AT&T one, so it shows it shows the transmitter with a circle around it.
That's just the dot to show the location.
It shows the location, it doesn't show the, sort of the signal coverage area.
Coverage is the color around it, the green.
The green, well, there's no, so what we had asked for, and this goes for the AT&T petition too, is showing the signal level coverage overlaid on a street map of each of the antenna. What coverage does this provide, you know, from an effective service signal level? And what the, you know, either by power level or however else you calculate that.
Is dB then.
You know, so this, quite honestly, we don't care about the rest of Watertown, we're just saying, this antenna mounted on this pole provides service, you know, equivalent service, you draw like a isometric line around it at whatever your power level is, I don't know how you calculate the power level, you know, watts per square, dB, I don't, typically however you want to measure it, but we want to say the effective range of these antennas. Because if I look at this map, I'm saying, are you showing this red circle around it? And again, this is coming from AT&T, so I'm assuming, did AT&T provide this?
AT&T provided to Exeter, and they provided it to me, right?
So, from AT&T's standpoint, you know, does this is the exact same question. What is the actual coverage that this antenna is providing at the 4G? And we'd asked to have that shown is overlaid over a street grid, so we can say, this is providing this level, signal level to.
Well, the red circle just is highlighting which site we're talking
Okay.
about. So that doesn't represent a coverage area. The areas shown in green, well, you can see, at least in our plots.
Oh, and the second one, okay, yeah, okay, the first one
So the
was-
first one is without the site, and then the second one is with the site. The green shows in-building coverage, the orange shows in-vehicle coverage, and the lighter color beyond that would show,
Probably in buildings, most likely.
well,
in
in-building is
buildings
the
is
green. It
right.
would be more just outside, outdoor coverage.
So, so if we were to look at,
Sorry, but I don't see too much difference between these two.
so that, you gotta look at, see this one here, so let's
We're
see.
looking at poultry right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's a great one. Let's look at the one, the AT&T one on Arlington and Street, which
Okay.
is this one right here, the one's further to the right.
Okay.
See here,
Yeah.
again, you see here, it's got green. So
Oh,
the real
I see.
question, and again, in terms of,
Oh, I see.
this is,
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
you know,
So the point-
it's really hard to, you know, it's hard to see the streets, the street names, and the building, because this is just so, I would have expected something that'd be a little bit better. So it looks like the pole, the one on Arlington Street, the green, which is the
That's me.
difference.
Okay.
Mine aren't on, yours aren't on mine.
Oh, okay.
It
These are
doesn't
yours.
quite, is it covering the hotel?
I'm not,
Yeah, that would be for your application.
whether it's covering a hotel?
The hotel, it's the corner of Elm Street and Arsenal Street. Is
You
that
know,
providing
I'd have to zoom in to know specific buildings. What we try to do is give you a representative sampling of the other sites, for instance, where it says 65 Main Street.
Yep.
Does that show up on yours?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's one of our macro sites, which are the big antennas. That'll be
right,
on a
that's right
roof.
here.
Exactly, on a tower, on a rooftop. That's why the green area around those is so large.
Okay.
Because they transmit a very strong signal. These small cells are truly small cells and are only filling in a small area where there are capacity issues, where the system needs an extra boost to be able to service the customers in that specific area as it relates to capacity and the ability of the customers to be able to transmit a signal. So that's why it's quite small here, and that's the intent of it, to be it targets a very small area.
Yeah, it just, the problem is, you look at the current map and you look at the proposed map, and you have colors overlaid on top of other colors, and you can't really say what's the signal coverage for the new antenna versus, what's currently there, because you got green, blue, orange, red, and it doesn't say, so if you look at this map, you see Elm Street comes down where the hotel is right there, the Residence Inn. The blue, looks like the blue comes to one side of the building, and then it's orange on the other side. But then if you look here, it's red. I guess, just trying to figure out, and again, since
I mean, we
that one
can-
there, the one at 550 Arsenal Street,
We can supplement these and get blow-ups of exactly that specific area. What we wanted to do is show you the whole town, because there was a discussion about other sites that these tie into. So we were trying to show you the existing macro footprint, which are these main sites that are, that I've noted. I'm not sure what his maps look like. And then the circled site on the AT&T one is just the new small cell. And ideally, we'd love to have the whole town green. That would mean everywhere in buildings you'd have coverage, but that's not the way the world
that's
works.
gonna be a lot more intense, yeah.
We
Well,
have
ju-
the
ju-
same macro sites shown on our.
Yeah, it's shown on both.
Then is if you go to the PDF I emailed to you and zoom in, you'll be able to see the streets and the boundaries of the.
Okay, so yeah.
The coverage level is much better.
Yeah,
I admit, it's a little tough on.
Okay, I just want to understand what we're looking at. So, I would actually thought we would have gotten better coverage. Because the one at 550 Arsenal and the one at 5 Coolidge Avenue are, 500 feet apart? And I would have thought that would have filled in the gap much better than that, but it actually doesn't. What this does show, looking at this whole map, is that there's going to be a lot of antennas. in
Well, to
Watertown.
the extent that that's the way that, the companies want to achieve coverage, obviously, it's much more cost-effective to use a macro site. And
But,
this is targeted kind of like Band-Aids for where there's high traffic usage. People's phones are spinning when they're doing a search, and we're
Oh,
trying
no,
to.
I know, yeah, and that's, so that'll be, all right, so that's, and again, this is based on the current, 4G network. This isn't even
This is not
addressing
5G.
even, which is actually lower power and doesn't travel as far, so it's gonna be a lot more of those, I think, if you guys really wanna achieve.
Could you just show me where the 550 Arsenal is?
This one. And it says 485 Arsenal.
But that's
But
550.
that's
That's 550.
actually, it's, 485 is actually the Arsenal roll. And, it's, it's like a half a mile long property, so that the numbers don't. All right, so good, no, thank you for explaining that, I was just trying to understand that, so, but I just approved that. I just wanted to just understand that a little bit better. All right, so are we ready to move on to?
Yes.
Yes,
The
I
next-
think I'm all set to approve, unless there's some other discussion.
Well, we're gonna look at, did you have did you bring us
Oh, we got the newest,
the
the
Coolidge,
latest.
Coolidge Avenue one?
You need anything else from me, or that
I think,
was your last question?
we're, did you have any more questions
I
for
did
the
not,
extra?
no. Thank you, though.
Thank you, and, and just, if you go back and talk and you got any questions,
Yeah, no.
please give me a call, shoot me an email, so we can just make sure next week goes really,
Then
really
hold on to
smooth.
this, okay.
Thank you. Those are the, yeah, this
This
is
is the same
This is
thing.
the,
Yeah.
the same,
Okay.
the same
I
thing.
have to run to the back.
Okay.
So what I'm handing out are, at the last meeting, we went through what you all wanted to see in the applications, and we wanted to address the additional information that you all wanted, namely the coverage maps. I think you had said our plans were fine. But you wanted the coverage maps, you wanted evidence that Eversource has authorized us to use this pole, and you also wanted a structural letter setting forth that the pole is structurally sound to allow for our installation, and that's what these copies, documents represent.
Okay. So my question that I had asked you earlier, so based on these, and the structural analysis, does that make it sound like they're not going to be replacing the pole?
That's our understanding. Things can change from the utilities perspective, but, but at this point, we believe, based on communications with them, that the pole will remain. So just to review what we're proposing to install, our antenna will be at the top of the pole. It's an antenna that'll have a top height of 38 feet. The top of the pole is 33 feet. It's a nice linear line down from the antenna right into the pole. We do have a standard equipment cabinet, the dimensions of which are 32 inches in height, 18 inches in width, and depth of 12 inches. That will be affixed to the pole with a bottom height of 11 feet, 8 inches. And as I mentioned, we will have an antenna at the top, and that antenna is 24.7 inches, so we can call that 2 feet by 10 inches, and it's a cylindrical, sleek design. We also have the equipment, I'm sorry, the electrical shutoff and the electrical meter all above 8 feet off the ground. And I think that's it.
Okay, and like I said, just, could I just ask you to, so we get the letter from Hudson Design Group,
Excuse me, from-
You get from Hudson Design Group, certifying that the pole is structurally sound and capable of mounting this, but, just because of our experience with the two extranet petitions where they originally showed the poles not being replaced, and now they are showing the poles being replaced.
Yep.
This doesn't have any primaries on it. In fact, this has almost nothing on it except the communications cables. So it's a pole, and as you know, the pole is just it's about 8 feet away from another pole, which has all the primary connectors on it. So it's really not a lot of stuff on this pole, which I think, obviously makes it attractive to you to put the top mounted antenna. Can you just please confirm with them that they won't be replacing the pole?
Sure.
Or they will be replaceable. I don't,
Sure.
That doesn't matter to me either way, but I just would like to, if we're gonna go into this for a vote of the council, I just would, I would say, this is being mounted on an existing
agree.
pole. I don't want to be embarrassed that
Yep,
they come
I
in
agree.
and then replace the pole and say, well, we didn't know what they were doing. So if you could just, that would be really great if you could just confirm that. In terms of the drawing, so the drawings haven't changed from the last time.
No.
And based on the last time, I went out there and looked at it, this all seemed, really pretty straightforward to me.
And thankfully, it's a good location in a commercial area.
It's right there,
Yeah.
I know it's right across from Dunkin' Donuts where everybody
UPS is right in that corner.
sits there and, looks at their phone when they're at Dunkin' Donuts, so,
That might be part of the reason.
Across from the Miller's Ale. The signal coverage goes to the Miller's Ale House, and it goes about, it looks like it goes mostly into the hotel.
Yep.
It's half the hotel, and it looks like it's in green, and the other half looks like it's in blue. So, that is a high-traffic area, so I think that's, So, Tony, did you have any?
I just wondered, I think this looks fine. Did you actually submit the invoice there?
That's your attachment contract,
Is the invoice attached?
yeah.
Looks like we did.
The 130, yeah, you're not making, yeah, they're not,
That's for the person who checked the poll.
Not my invoice, is it?
No. Okay, I just would, yes, that's.
no, that's the price for renting the pole.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
price for renting the
Yeah.
pole? Oh, I thought it was.
That's not for the structural engineer. That's part of the evidence of our relationship with Eversource, and the price you're seeing is part of the regulated tariff price, if
I
you
got it.
will. That
Okay.
That's the amount that I'm saying, they don't get much money from us enough to care about wanting to make us real happy.
I have no
Except
questions
for the
on it.
recurring revenue, and you get
Yeah.
10,000 poles, and, you know, it adds up.
Yep.
At some point, so Kenny, did you have any questions on this?
No?
So I am satisfied with what was presented, with the additional information presented, so I would be happy to make the same motion, which would be to, or have somebody make a motion to recommend to the full-time council to approve the 5 Coolidge Avenue poll as submitted with the additional information tonight for town council approval.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so it's voted. So that,
And thank you for your diligence.
thank you for putting up with
No,
our
no,
questions.
but you're wise to deal with it on the front end and come up with a process so that it's kind of on autopilot after, but all the hard work's at the front end, so.
Well, I think we've done a lot of work, and I really want to thank, both you and Marty, who's already left, for providing us input, so.
Absolutely.
Help us to reach the right decision. And our goal, and our goal is for the next meeting, which you don't have to come to unless you want to. We hope to sort of formalize some of this, and Steve, you and I will talk before the next meeting, sort of formalize this into some standardized regulations so that we can, the next ones that come, and there will be more, will go a lot more smooth at that. We will not have to reinvent the wheel, we can build on what we've moved forward. And I really want to, thank you and Marty for the input on the standard format for the grant of locations, and I think we struggled with it, and hearing from our constituents about it, but we want to strike the right balance about what works. I really do want to thank you.
And I do want to thank Councilor Pizzarelli for giving us something to work with. I mean, there would be no format, there'd be no boilerplate, anything. Nothing would come out of this meeting if we didn't have this to work with, so my appreciations to him.
Thank you, Tom. Anything else? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who's the guy sitting over there?